The last part of this video was dedicated to those people who love not only doing this kind of therapeutic jogging or running for 14 minutes as a minimum requirement in order to achieve proper health on a weekly basis, but also to those people who love doing or practicing martial arts as a hobby, or for health purposes, or even for defense or self-defense purposes, like in my case, especially now in this time of the period of the year, last part of the year here, 2021, in December. A lot of things happen, especially when you are living in a poor nation, and that means you have to be ready, not only in order to defend yourself, defend your own property, or I started doing the kind of mixed kind of personal, so a little bit martial features as well. Because yesterday, for example, I have a test, an important test for karate. No sports karate is great as well. It was a non-sport karate. That means martial karate. It has no competition. So it was a test. It was a lot of fights. Today I am feeling thanks to this exercise that really helped me to withstand that test. This exercise helped me to withstand that test, in spite of there were people who were saying that no, that there was not a exercise to withstand over 10 fights, in a row. But I could feel it, and I ended up without a really serious lack of breath. So this exercise also helps to people who are practicing martial arts, even so demanding, like in the case of people who practice judo, for example, jiu-jitsu, especially judo, have a lot of, which is sport, but at the same time it's martial arts as well. They have to use their strength, and in only a minute you're feeling out of breath. Or wrestling, for example, which is sport, but at the same time it was a martial arts in the ancient world, and it could be considered, taken into account, that it's highly effective. Anyway, I am just recording this video now as a jogger and as a martial artist at the same time. The classical, this exercise is a respiratory and heart exercise, so it helps you to withstand respiratory diseases, including its variants, also its strains. That's all the only I can say. I have been proving this, and I'm feeling powerful. I must say that, in spite of my 51 years old. Not only in terms of the martial arts, or fights, but also in terms of my life, in terms of living with my family, and that's me not transmitted a disease to them, the respiratory disease to them, because when I run, as I explained it before, I take out whatever I could get inside my lungs during the week, for example. That's why I'm doing this on a daily basis. So this is a way of protecting as well your loved ones. That is the fact as well. In terms of my own personal experience, as in my cases, I was only a professional English language experimental teacher, and also I have experienced the same. I've been proving the same in this case after after 2021. Experience of that respiratory disease, which has been still striking a lot of nations, including mine as well. Although the vaccinations are working, at least here. Anyway, now in a little Spanish for the people who are learning Spanish, or the people. I just can't tell you now in Spanish. Ok, esto es un ejercicio que también sirve para la vida marcial. Se dice que no, pero yo lo he probado. Por ejemplo, hoy mismo, como persona que practica artes marciales como hobby, yo tuve aproximadamente unos 10 combates. o más, tal vez creo que fueron más, y no me sentí que me faltaba el aire. O sea, sí sirve para este tipo de entrenamientos deportivos y marciales, incluyendo de deportes como que son también artes marciales, como el judo, que tiene muchos combates, la lucha, que es un deporte, pero también sirve como arte marcial, como lo fue en el mundo antiguo igualmente, que sirve igualmente porque lo sientes. Si no corres, si no te entrenas, aunque sea una vez a la semana, muy fácil que se caiga. No sé, sirve para el mundo deportivo y marcial. Se dice por muchas personas que no es lo mismo la capacidad aérea que adquieres aquí, que es un colchón, que no tienes que entrenarle, o sea, tienes que practicar realmente fuerte en un colchón, por ejemplo, en el caso de artes marciales o demás, pero realmente sí ayuda. Peor es no hacer nada. Ahí sí llegas al colchón y por ejemplo, la persona ejecuta una técnica y se queda sin aire. Por lo menos esto te da 1%. Y en la vida personal, bueno, te ayuda en cuanto al estrés, el estrés de trabajo, estrés familiar, en mi caso particular, estrés también, X también, se puede decir estrés social también. Estamos hablando de situaciones que ocurren, por ejemplo, para poder resolver muchas cosas en la calle, por ejemplo, es así, en nuestra sociedad, en muchas cosas, en muchos lugares, en fin, en tiempos de crisis, por ejemplo, crisis inducida, pero crisis al fin y al cabo. Y sirve también en el sentido para contrarrestar variantes respiratorias, de enfermedades respiratorias, especialmente después del 2020, y lo he estado probando, no solamente a través de la llamada vacunación, que ha sido por lo menos efectiva aquí, en donde vivo, sino también a través de esto antes de la vacunación, al punto de que muchas personas a mi alrededor se enfermaban, y yo no. Después, cuando me hicieron el PCR, yo haciendo este ejercicio una vez por semana, estaba perfectamente bien, negativo, inclusive entrenando con personas que no estaban negativos, inclusive habiendo tenido los síntomas en la garganta, etcétera, etcétera, y simplemente haciendo esto y extrayendo lo que tenía por dentro. Cuando usted corre, usted se negativiza. Esa es una cosa que yo he probado. Por supuesto, he probado en la práctica semanalmente, una vez por semana, a través de una distancia considerada mínima. Pero bueno, son unos 14 minutos y 10 vueltas aproximadamente, no es nada, pero terapéuticamente sí es bastante, porque te ayuda a limpiarlo hasta los pulmones, es lo que yo veo, y lo hago hasta por mi familia, en el sentido, cuando hablando de personas de menos de un año alrededor mío, y entonces uno tiene que estar bien claro en esto, y por eso uno viene aquí, y uno viene, aparte de todo, sirve para todo. En definitiva, sirve para la salud y la defensa también, o deportes también, de forma deportiva. Bueno, espero que esto les haya servido, y ahora en inglés de nuevo. Bueno, pues antes de despedirme fundamentalmente, espero que les haya servido a personas que están estudiando español, otras personas que quieren saber de esto. Yo soy simplemente una persona que hago esto por mi cuenta, es un hábito de vida, gracias al familiar mío o directo, mi padre, que fue entrenador del equipo nacional y atleta del equipo nacional de mi país. Es una persona que me enseñó desde niño este tipo de ejercicios, aunque yo actualmente soy un simple traductor de prensa, de inglés, y profesor de inglés, y en menos grado ya reportero sobre artes marciales más bien. En fin, mis saludos, mi respeto, y ahora en inglés para personas que hablan inglesa. I do wish you all the best and a very good race wherever you could be in this world at present time. Take care, and especially during this end of the year 2021. Take care and see you next week. Because I am used to record this kind of videos once a week in order to keep a record about my own it's no experiment, but my own experience through this exercise, this respiratory exercise. As I said before, I had not a phone in the past, a camera. So unfortunately I could not record many of them when I was younger. I'm talking about when I was even a minor. But nowadays I can do this and store those videos on YouTube, and which is a very good idea, because if you store them in a computer, then usually after a certain time the computer could stop working properly, and then you can lose all that data, for example, as a memory as well. Even though this could inspire people or not, at least it's a memory, personal memory, and I encourage everybody to do the same if they have the chance, or even a better technology while jogging without, in order to record everything properly. This is not my case, but unfortunately when I am jogging, the camera usually moves too much, moving my hand. But there are people who have a better technology. Anyway, take care, and have a great last year 2020. This part of the year 2021, and even a happy new year next year as well, 2022, and Merry Christmas. this is the document about that is delivered to all the subjects, local subjects who are chosen for the test of the sovereign of the local vaccine named variados. Its translation would be sovereignty 0.2. It would be the translation in English. So this is the document that is delivered to all people who are chosen, like it was my case recently. So in spite of this situation, in spite of this document, I continue doing this kind of exercise. I always recommend it through my basic videos about jogging. And the reason is, for example, the reason is simple. Even though I could be for the next 3 months being part of a test, of a vaccination test here in Cuba, with that kind of local vaccine, one of the 5 vaccines that are being is going to be proven here, or tested on the local candidates, like or local subjects like me, for example, and many other people. This is important to keep doing this kind of exercise, and the reason is simple. You need to be constantly or weekly, on a weekly basis, strengthening your lungs, the muscles that are involved in your breathing. That is the only solution until this kind of solution could be effective, which is even it is said, it's being announced that the results are favorable for many people who have been tested through this vaccine, this local vaccine here in my capital city. But just in case, I just continue doing this. In spite of it could be also favorable and effective vaccine like the Russian one and other ones in the world, in spite of the pharmaceutical kind of, I would say, what I have seen on internet, the kind of war in terms of discrediting one another sometimes. The results, the favorable result of their vaccines, especially those nations which are not aligned with other kind of nation, with mighty nations, for example, which have really worldwide known vaccine, for example. In the case of the Cuban one, well, I hope it could work, but I cannot depend on only a vaccine to feel that I am comfortable. In this case, I've been proving this exercise since the pandemic began here, and the result has been that I am still alive. So that's my advice, again, for you all, or anyone who could be listening to this advice. In spite of the best vaccine in the world, it would be great, of course, to be vaccinated. You should continue doing this in order to survive, in order to remember this really dangerous world health issue in the future, in order to tell what happened, in order to remember all this moment in which we were all trying to survive. In my case, jogging and even being vaccinated, if that could be possible in the end, if the vaccine is as well as it is expected and it is said. Of course, it is good in terms of the Cuban, for example, health authorities and our researchers has a real long tradition since the 19th century. For example, there is a really good tradition in terms of doctors here, even though they have not all the proper medical tools, for example, or equipment, I would say that, like in developed nations. But even though that, there are even 5 vaccines, local vaccines, and probably that they are going to change the equation in the world for sure. Well, I hope so, but in the meantime, I just keep walking or jogging, because this is my real vaccine, the vaccine I can apply to myself at the moment, apart from this solution, for example. Anyway, that is my advice to each of you, the one who could be listen to this advice and believe it, that jogging is a way of surviving this pandemic, taking into account that in only a few minutes you feel the same like somebody who have been suffering from that, from the COVID-19, for example. Who sometimes all those patients who spent some days or hours and they feel suffocated. Well, this exercise prevents that sensation, because you feel suffocated when you jog, but in the end, after 72 hours, your internal cells begin to increase. I mean, I must say to strengthen the rest of your respiratory muscles, and that's why you don't feel that you are suffocated. I have seen a lot of, for example, top class athletes. I mean, those who jog, no, those who only do physical exercises. I mean, I have seen people, I said, who have suffered from this pandemic. They have never felt out of breath because of this exercise. It's a hard exercise, but the benefits, you can feel it as soon as you stop jogging, for example. You feel that you are okay and you are not feeling suffocated. You recover your breath, and then you can breathe better and without feeling lack of breath in the end. That's the point. Even though doctors said no, because most of the doctors usually, especially the local doctors, sorry for saying that, don't really like doing exercises. But in this case, this is highly recommended. I can tell you that by experience. Taking into account what I felt the last year, it was all the related symptoms, including just not so serious lack of breath. I could correct it through jogging. Anyway, take good care, and I'm going to begin jogging for the last time. I think recording this, because otherwise it would get boring, this kind of videos from this really intense and dangerous pandemic period of time that we are all experiencing in our life at present time, in terms of all the related risk, even for coming to a place like this one here, taking a bus, like in my case. It's hard. It's a really hard time for everyone, but we have to do something. We cannot be just get still and just get the vaccination and just waiting. No, we have to do something, using our own body to heal. See you.
This is all for today. Another week, more time for surviving this pandemic, because that's the effect of this exercise. It prevents you from being suffocated. Keep in mind that important fact. Take care.
On the grass, that is the right way to jog, to protect your joints, your knees, your spine columns, and everything. Especially if you are in your 50s, like in my case, jogging on the grass is the best solution, or even before when you're younger. So it's time to jog one more time, once a week, to protect your lungs. I was coughing last week after I was in a queue, in a line. So I have come here, and I last week, and after jogging, I began feeling better. So whatever it could be inside my lung was extracted. That is my vaccine, actually, my local vaccine, the solution. Given I am not a theoretician, I am talking about the reality, and this is my reality. The reality in terms of being healed by oneself, by using our own body. I have repeated this idea in many countless videos already, but that is something I have to highlight. I want to highlight to everybody here, just to jog in order to protect yourself from this now pandemic, but before it was also in the case of asthma as well. As I had proven myself in the past when I was really young with a cousin of mine, relative of mine, who was suffering from a really serious asthma condition, and after the first and second time jogging, short distance at first, he never had or experienced asthma anymore. Many doctors used to say at that time that it was impossible, that he was going to die and other things, but I am basing my experience in my practical experience. That is the truth, and that is what I'm going to share with you.
fine. This is the starting point.
Hi again. This is my favorite place to jog here in the city. I mean, really far away from the main part of the city because of the current regulation on my island in terms of not allowing people to jog, to run because of the really intense pandemic outbreak here in the Caribbean. We are now in March, in early March. I have decided to record only one video in order to leave a record of all this I am doing now, which is in order to remember what I did. I mean, that kind of jogging activity I have been doing this year 2021. It is hard, so after almost 2 weeks, because of the new regulations, I am here again. I was feeling pain in my back next to one of my lungs. That could be an alarm. That means that caused me to think that I have to go back again, because this exercise free you. I mean, release you from that kind of pain. At the end, when you finish, what you feel is like you feel free from that. You can breathe again without any obstruction, and that sensation lasts for approximately 2 weeks or a week. So that's what I'm doing now. What I'm trying to do at the moment as well. So this is something I wanted to do since 2 weeks ago, but now I can do it again. Well, I'm gonna record this. This is for asthma, for I have not that problem, but for any kind of respiratory disease, including this pain I had. I'm going to make it disappear now thanks to this natural exercise. This is a short warm up. I have to do it, otherwise I will be injuring my knee. So that is the way of surviving until the vaccine could be applied. I don't know, in July, the Cuban vaccines or whichever, except the American one, which is not going to be applied here because of the over 60 years induced crisis that has been imposed on my nation, which has affected even babies like my granddaughter, who was at the hospital last week, and there was no antibiotics because those antibiotics are not sold in the case of Cuba, because just silly, really silly political issues, even at present time. Well, anyway, I'm just neutral, but it's not easy. So this is my vaccine.
important to walk now. Wow, it's good. Hello, in spite I have this card here in my hands saying that I was already vaccinated. Well, and in spite of also that I had run and jogged all those distances after being vaccinated, this vaccination warranty that I am protected from the COVID-19 virus and related virus. However, just in case, it is good to point out that the most intelligent is to keep jogging as a kind of respiratory and heart exercise for all of us, taking into account that it increases the immune response in human beings. So whether you can believe it or not, Chris, the immune response, the immunity in all of us as a species. So as a human being, what I was going to say. So jogging is important, as I had explained already in previous videos. Even though we could be perfectly vaccinated with our local vaccines, for example. Even though I could be vaccinated with the vaccine, now which is really expected to be pretty successful, you can keep jogging. That's what I have been doing after I was vaccinated. I've been jogging without any adverse reaction, for example. On the contrary. So even though that, just keep jogging if you can jog. Just do it. And that is all I wanted to advise in all my series of videos talking about this same topic, because I consider it important, taking into account that before being vaccinated I was protected, and after being vaccinated I am even a little bit more protected too. But before being vaccinated, I must add that I was carried out that test, PCR. When the test designed to detect the virus inside you through a blood sample, and sometimes through your nostrils in order to detect the virus. Then you realize that after that you were not losing time jogging. That was my case because I was negative. Even though last year when this pandemic began, I felt related symptoms. Well, after jogging, I was taken out of my system. Even the pollution of my environment where I live, being near of a road, a lot of traffic. That's where I live in the city. So every now and then I try to come here. It's in order to be healthier by taking out of my lungs all those kind of pollution and related diseases. And the proof was that I am still negative to that kind of test about COVID-19. That's why I could be vaccinated with the Cuban, one of the 5 Cuban vaccines, and I can still run it, jogging. That is amazing. Probably in other places they say that I don't know. They say probably that people cannot keep jogging because after being vaccinated. Well, I am proven once again that I am alive, kicking, and completely healthy. Before the vaccination and after the vaccination, I took anti-COVID-19 vaccine after being vaccinated with this anti-COVID-19 solution here in the local city of Havana, among other ones on this island, which has been suffering or has been affected by the really induced economic crisis over 60 years. I always repeat that because it's the truth. After over 60 years, my nation has been affected by merciless
it cannot be blockaded. It's just pointless. But anyway, even though that, you could keep face alive by doing this. Take care and good luck. Variado coughing, but here jogging now about the job.
variados, running, jogging variados. I have a pain in my throat and I was coughing. I had a nose. But thanks to this exercise, you eliminate all those symptoms, especially in this time, in this era, we're having a respiratory similar symptom. It can be understood as having a really serious respiratory disease. So, once again, eliminate all those symptoms through the use of some races. This is the first one, the short one, actually here. But if this symptom doesn't don't go away, then I would use another race and a subsequent one until those symptoms disappear. Taking into account that this exercise helps to get rid of many things, including respiratory diseases, and also it increases your immune response as well. Now, jogging in Matanzas province here, in my land, in Varadero tourist resort here in the Caribbean Sea. Jogging is therapeutic exercise in order to eliminate, getting rid of those respiratory symptoms.
Well, Happy New Year for all joggers and all over the world. I hope that we could have not only a good new year 2021, but also the next year to come could be very well. I mean, without this pandemic which has been affecting us. So the series of the ideas of these videos I have recorded, it was because I wanted to show, to prove that it's possible to survive any kind of series of respiratory diseases, including its mutations. When this pandemic began, I felt also the related symptoms, and I am still here thanks to this series of exercises once a week, as I had explained in the previous videos. I was even a month without being able to move myself. All doctors said I have to be still, but I did one every now and then. I could do this. I did it, and the result is that I am here. Even I am a happy grandfather today, and my lungs, according to X-rays, are strengthened. So this is another way of surviving any kind of respiratory diseases in spite of these mutations. So I do wish you all the best, wherever you could be, in New Zealand, in Australia, in the United States, in England, wherever you could have the chance to run near the nature. And that's the point. So like in my case, near of the sea, near of this coastal city, where the oxygen have a higher quality. So that is great for your lungs, and that's why you could survive along with a good diet or proper.
Again, good day. I'm just the same enthusiast jogger who love coming once a week, sometimes twice a week, and take advantage of the natural tracks here on my island in the Caribbean Sea in order to remain as much as possible healthy in spite of my current age. I am just 49 at the moment, and I'm just trying to give you my best advice based on my own experience as someone who loves doing exercises since my childhood, as I explained before in previous videos. So now that the second pandemic period has been has finished, has come to an end, I am just taking advantage of this chance now to record this kind of jogging from this section. It's a really far section out of the really far in the city, practically in the east. It is called the East Havana. So I'm just trying to do this in order to inspire all the people who love being healthy, especially people who love just the pleasure and the enjoyment about jogging. That is my case, and also the case of many people who love this kind of experiences as well. In my case, I have diabetes and a hypertension family background. To the extent that some of my ancestors were killed by those diseases. That was the case of my, for example, my two of my grandparents. So I am just sharing with you this in order to tell you. But first of all, part of my advice: if you cannot walk, then you can swim. You can swim in a swimming pool or in a place that could be safe. That's the idea. As soon as you could be older enough, like me in my case, you can swim and doing the equivalent to this kind of a practice. And if you have now good sneakers or good sport shoes, like in my case here, I have been using this for the last 10 years. You can seal them. I mean, that's the idea, to seal them using for example, in my case, I used the local solution, which is a local shoemaker. In that way, I could reuse my sport shoes. That was the idea, and that is the idea in my case in the solution. The point is not to stop running. It's part of the age, it's part of the situation, it's part of whatever you live. For example, I live in a beautiful eye-catching place, as you can see, that but at the same time, it's sometimes hard, but we have to continue doing that, and that's the idea. In order to remain healthy, in order to, for example, to survive with danger of diseases like hypertension, I suffer from that, hypertension, and diabetes. In my case, I have kept distance with that disease thanks to this kind of exercise, simple exercise that is done in many countries, even developed countries. When I was in New Zealand in 2006, I saw a lot of people running and jogging in the afternoon after their really intense and stressing jobs. So that was cool. But also, if you had a chance, for example, to do this, you should also take into account you have to stretch your body, make it warm up and stretch your body. It's not enough to lift weights or to do all kind of sports as well, but also you need to do this kind of exercise. It's basic even for people who are martial artists and practicing kind of martial arts, like in my case, I try since my childhood as well. So in this case, in all cases, just because of your health, you have to do this. You have to take it into account that there is 4 to 5 even respiratory diseases as well, which you can combine with what is called green medicine as well, which is something that we also do here, taking into account the already over 60-year economic induced crisis on the island, even before I was born in the 70s. So that is the idea. You have to keep doing this in order to withstand time and even diseases like family diseases that you have inherited from your grandparents or parents, in my case as well. That is all about, and taking advantage of this scenery as well, near of the sea as well. It's a cliff here near of the colonial fortress as well. And the idea is to be oxygen, because near of the sea you get the double of oxygen. The idea is to be healthy as much as possible, regardless of the age, regardless of your social status, regardless of your nation, whatever you live. If you have the chance to run, even in my case, the official sport facilities are now closed, then you have to take advantage of these wonders of nature. You know, the sea, oxygen in the body, and because this is also useful in the case of women or men, and even in the case of men too. Is in this case, it's also useful in order to power, to strengthen many aspects of your lives too. And you can, if you in this way, you can stand many things. Usually, when you have a lot of stress, many things are hindered your behavior as well. Even talking to other people, even talking to your couple, So in this way you can drain, you can take off your stress, your inner stress, and at the same time you can be stronger, and that is a fact. I can tell you that. Because I have been doing this for many years, and I am 49. I am really strong thanks to this. I exercise, stretching, exercises. Sometimes you get that every day, almost every day, and a little bit of the equivalent to the Tai Chi, Qigong, all these things I can advise to all of you. All those people who have a martial life, or all those who just want to be on top form as much as possible. But as I told you at the beginning, if you cannot, for example, jog because you unfortunately you cannot walk, you have no one of your legs or whatever, you have those kind of, or if you are a kind of disabled people, you can't swim. And that's what I am planning to do as soon as one day I was able to jog, for example, because that could happen in the end. There are many people have been fighting to be young forever. That's not my case. The idea is to remain healthy as much as possible for every single aspect of our life, whether it could be a man, whether it could be a woman. Thank you, or a young person. The younger you start doing this, the stronger you will be in the end. But it's like the yin and yang philosophy. You have to be strong during this kind of exercises and others, but at the same time stretching your body as well. That's the idea. And I'm going to begin jogging, and that is all I was going to tell and advise about it. In the case of this section, that is impossible to jog in on it. Then we have to walk. Those sections which have concrete on it, we have to keep walking until we can find a place, a section where there could be grass again. Now, that's what we are going to do exactly. Walk onto the section where we could jog again. Here in this section that I think is better to jog. This is all I wanted to share with you as a efficacy of this kind of basic exercise which is carried out in mankind since many years ago. So we're trying to get there. It's like some kilometers over there.
and this is the section begins here. The rest, just the entrance of the tunnel. The rest of the section has concrete, this pavement. We have a pavement, a sidewalk as well, and concrete. So it's impossible in terms of jogging without hurting your knees and spine columns. It's better to begin running here. So the previous one was just a warm-up jogging from that spot over there. So now I'm going to start from here. Remember not to forget that after jogging you should keep walking, not to fall on the surface, not to fall on the floor immediately, no, or right away after jogging, no. The idea is to keep walking, and in that way you're going to be safer than just falling on the floor, for example. That's the idea, or the surface. So now that I am older, I am going to take advantage of the best, in my opinion, sector it can be used to jog without hurting too much. In this case, my knees, and that's my advice to all of you. Again, I am repeating it and saying advice. And as soon as you cannot jog one day in your life, even now, you can swim and do the equivalent, the kind of routine that will strengthen your lung muscles. That's the point. Your lungs, repeat it, the lungs muscle and your heart muscle as well. That's the idea, and the way to be even safer from respiratory diseases and the heart diseases as well. That's the point and what we should do. So that's the bus stop here, and this is the beginning of this path, which I regard as one of the best ones. Sorry if I had not that kind of camera that doesn't tremble in my hands. I just only have my cell phone as a tool in order to advise other people. Now I'm going to begin running and jogging for this last time, recording this section now.
record this new video for those who wanted to run, for example, and especially after the second quarantine period here in Havana City, in my land, in my homeland here in the Caribbean. So I'm going to start today to run, taking advantage of this road near it's a natural path near the road. It's another natural path here in East Havana, which I'm going to take advantage of it in order to continue strengthening my lung. That's very important in terms of, for example, being really strong and healthy, not to be infected by even the pandemic respiratory disease or even others, for example. So after another month, second quarantine period, completely locked at home, I've been proven that this exercise can make us to be stronger in terms of our health. That's the main point, and that's why I am taking advantage of this natural track today, taking into account that it was authorized again in public to run on natural tracks here in nationwide, especially in Havana, So that's why I'm doing this today. But before doing that, and after I have made a brief warm-up, I'm going to tell you just a few advice. Even though I am not, in spite of I am not a professional physical education teacher, even though I studied for years at the university of that specialty, but unfortunately I couldn't finish except as a professional English language teacher. I am just an enthusiast who want to share with you what I have been proving myself. I've been proving myself this kind of exercises since I was a child, thanks to a family background, especially my dad, my father, who is retired but was a professional Olympic wrestling coach for many years, the national team here in Cuba. So I was born and I grew up literally doing exercises apart from my skills in terms of English language or learning English language or teaching English language, for example, or basic French, for example. So if you have, for example, you are suffering from diabetics or high blood pressure, like in the case of a relative of yours or even mine, my father, for example, this kind of exercise could help you to keep at bay, to keep far away that problem from you, and that means to keep running or jogging every now and then, like I am going to try to do now. Exactly. I'm here in this spot, and I'm going to give you another advice. One of the things you have to do is to keep walking. When you finish running, even though it could be speed, it could be racing in any kind of race. For example, you are jogging or you are just racing, especially jogging. Try to walk as soon as you finish jogging. Until you recover your breath. Because the typical mistake since the 90s up to the present time, it has been, for example, even nationwide, people stop running and then they fall on the surface to recover their breath. That could cause a brain stroke as well. That could happen too. So the main thing is to do is to continue walking when you finish. That is something compulsory you have to do, and that's what I'm going to do now as well. So let's begin running, and I'm going to take advantage of this path. Has been up the tracks for a month, but I am here and healthy and stronger. Even my lungs are stronger. I survived the pandemic disease. I never was infected thanks to this exercise, and that made me stronger in my lungs. So that's my advice to all of you. Whatever you could be, first time, I'm 49, just an enthusiast. That is all about. Let's begin running.
running every day. This is another last recording about running. This is an advisable method to do it while we had not, for example, official tracks opened because of the current pandemic period. So as I had advised in my last first video, it is important to take advantage of, for example, natural tracks that are available in the main cities, even where I live, which is a tropical and eye-catching island, for example. So the main thing that is worth remembering is the fact that it shouldn't be, anybody who wants to jog, they shouldn't run on the concrete, for example. A kind of road, for example, jogging on the concrete would be a huge mistake, because of, in that way, the knees, for example, human knees could be affected. In this case, the knees, or even the spine column as well. So that is something that should be taken into account seriously. So now, a rational way of thinking about running every day or running 10 laps in only one day is a huge mistake, because that could affect the human heart, because it is a muscle, and in that way the muscle wouldn't have time to restore itself. So it is important not to run every day. Also, it's important to run all over grass if possible. Why? The reason is because otherwise, even though you have the best sneakers or sports shoes, you could be affecting your knees and also your back as well, the spine column. I know that because I was almost sent to undergo a surgery. One day I injured my knees long time ago, many years ago. So it's important to run once or twice a week. Only in the cases you are a sportman and you are young. You are still too young. Well, in that case, you could run even 3 times a week, perhaps, because your body would recover faster. But most of the people my age, or even in their 30s, or even earlier in their 20s, should be running twice a week or once a week, like in my case, a single week. And that way you will give your body time to heal, especially your heart, which is the one which is being strengthened here, as long as the human lungs, and the ones that, those muscles that are useful for exercise that we are going to do here. It's a kind of exercise, respiratory exercise. That's the idea, apart from a hard one, exercise. That's the point. Also, it should be used, this kind of exercise, running, jogging, as a kind of a meditation exercise, for meditation. What is done in yoga, for example, or in Tai Chi, the Chinese Tai Chi. This is like a meditation through movement, in this case, through jogging. So that means that you are present. You are now, you are present, you are not distracted by many thoughts. You are focused on your own thoughts. That's very important to acquire that habit, because in that way you will be getting, you will be escaping from stress from past thoughts or even future thoughts as well. So this is a kind of meditation exercise as well, and respiratory one as well. That is something I wanted to advise and to share with you. According to my humble experience, I am only 49 years old, somebody who is addicted to exercises once a week by my own, thanks to a family sport background. Thank you very much. And let's begin running after a common warm-up that I already did, in order to run for just a long distance, because this is what I can do. What you cannot do, you should jog what you can do. If you cannot jog so much, just jog what you really can do it. And that's mean at this time you can really run. Otherwise you'll be hurting again your heart. Thank you very much, and let's begin running. And remember not to run on the concrete, for example, in that road over there. So let's begin. Join me. this is a road in one of the coastal zones in Havana City. We are in the middle of the pandemic period, and the cases have begun increasing and counting. However, all those people who are completely committed to do exercises for their health, like in my case, who I practice certain kind of martial physical activity, we have to find certain kind of alternatives to keep in good shape, and that means sometimes to take advantage of the tracks, natural tracks that we can find near of the road, for example. So this is the track around 3 or 4 kilometers approximately to get to the destination in order to exercise the heart, to keep our heart strength. So that's the way. And let's begin with it. Because of the official sport facilities have been closed until further notice. So let's begin this kind of track, running, jogging. Hello, it's me again. I'm just recording from another video in order to encourage all those people who love to jog from a new stretch or section here in East Havana, which I find that is a great place to jog and to strengthen not only our daily life, I mean many aspects of our daily life, but also in terms of our, for example, in my case, martial life, and also in working life as well, as I had explained in previous videos. This is a short video which I am trying to record this kind of a new path stretch section here, which is possible to jog, especially now. Even though we are in the winter time, the Cuban version of our winter time here, which is a little bit a little bit cold, and sometimes like today a little sunny. Anyway, it's a good place, a good I must say a good moment to jog at the moment. So this is something I wanted to share with you. And now I am begin jogging from this place here that was built in 1991. It was a place with the Pan American Championship was held here, were carried out here in the Pan America of 1991. So this is a place that still remains as a memory from that event. So this is a good place from starting to jog. A place which is usually visited by a lot of sports for people here, and even there are people who are practicing boxing as well, and all kind of fighting sports as well, like MMA, for example. And by the way, this kind of exercise, going back to the main subject, this kind of exercise is a basic one. It's necessary for those people who also practice MMA. Like in my case, I used to practice MMA as well. Mixed martial arts as well. But at present time, just karate after I turned 50, because my body unfortunately is only capable of assimilating only karate or related martial arts. But in my case, I'm just doing or carrying out just at the moment that kind of martial karate, not sports karate. So this is something that could be useful for everybody. Everybody knows all over the world for many years, even before I was born, the benefits about jogging. That is it's a fact. Everybody knows that it's a fact. That this is something that sometimes is forgotten, especially by certain kind of schools as well, where everything is about technique, and sometimes it's forgotten. For example, the necessity about jogging, especially in an environment where you can have a grass, for example, to jog on it. It's important in order to make the sport life of somebody, longer. In order to achieve that's important. Let's say results. Because if you jog only on concrete, as I had explained before, your sport life, even or your martial life, would be shortened. It wouldn't be enlarged, for example. So I'm going to begin jogging now, and I'm going to try to do my best in terms of jogging, and let's begin jogging. This is the place, and over there they are practicing, for example, MMA or kind of kickboxing. There's some local practitioners they are doing that there. It's a place which I encourage people to do exercises, because the sensation, of the temperature, of the outdoor temperature, and even what you feel from the air here is different. But for example, when you are in the middle of the city. So this is the path, around the path to get to the stretch, the section from which I could jog safely, and that means not to, for example, that means not to harm my knees, which are already harmed because of my age. I'm 50, and also because I have been jogging for many years, and especially when I didn't know that the concrete is harmful for the knees, in spite of the kind of sneakers you could use regardless of them, as I had already explained. So first of all, this is a new stretch here. There is grass. Yeah, in some ways it's like a matrix which protects your knees. So this is what I'm going to do now.
this is the moment when it is advisable to keep walking. You can do a qigong, you can apply this, or the diaphragmatic breathing from yoga if you know it. The most important is that this helps you to get rid of even of your running nose, because the humidity here, and in the case of any respiratory disease too, it is helpful too. So I am returning to the starting point here in this part of the city in East Havana, where it is possible to jog without being polluted by the environmental pollution of the center of the city, for example. And this is good for martial arts and all kind of sports as well. Hi again, this is I'm here today after turning 50 in a place named in Spanish Deportivo. It's a sport facility. It's an open air center for a lot of people, and I have been coming here since I was really young, even actually before when I turned 20 in the past, when I was really young that time. Now I'm coming here, I have just turned 50 on November the 20th. So I'm just coming here once again for many years in order to jog here. It's a good place for jogging, although I prefer all those places who are more natural. But because of the transportation issues at present time, or actually in my nations every now and then, so I prefer coming here today. So the point is that I am just trying to say, to record that it is possible to run, to jog, and to get to my current age 50 completely healthy. And that is curious because in the past, in the ancient times, turning 50 was the top age for mankind for many years. So even though at present time is if you turn 50 feeling completely healthy like the way I am now, I'm feeling, and I'm flexible as well, then you can consider yourself a really lucky person. But sometimes you have to work for it, you have to work on it, and that means exercises on a daily basis. And that means, for example, flexibilities and all the kind of basic exercises on a weekly basis. That's the point, and the system I've been applied for the last years, since my childhood, since my father helped me to understand the importance of doing this kind of exercises since I was 5 years old, and he was helping me to carry out this kind of exercises for the rest of my life. Since I was a child, I was 5 years old, and I was already jogging. I still remember that. And thanks to accompanied by my dad. My dad was my father, who was a professional coach, worked by my side. So you can imagine that kind of habit. And if you don't have the habit, at least you have the possibility to do this in order to keep your health, to be healthy. The easiest way is not to do anything. The easiest way is just to laugh at these kind of videos. I say that man is crazy. He's not perhaps out of mind or whatever. But the point is, if you can do this could help you to do your job, whatever it could be, your job, physical job, or mental job. Like in my case, when I translate night at this radio station, for example, for the last 10 years, practically 11 years already. So that's the point. What I am trying to highlight here. This is the sport facility. And actually, I studied there. That is a main center or main university of sports here. I studied there in the past too, before my university as an English language teacher. So this is something that every single time I come here reminds me of that past. So once again, I am running and recording this after turning 50. This could be considered as a weird. The fact about coming here and recording a video while jogging is completely weird for many people, but that's the only possibility I could do it. I could not have a professional camera or like those modern ones that are used abroad when people can attach them to their bodies. No, I had to do it in a different way, holding it in my hand while jogging. And in that way, living a memory about my lifetime when I was 50, in the same way I did when I was 49. And unfortunately, I could not have a mobile phone before when I was in my 20s or even earlier. Anyway, that is all what I wanted to say, share with you in this marvelous place which is called Sport City. Over there is a track of 400 meters. I don't usually use it because it's a really short distance to me at present time. So I usually use another one which is around or near the fence of this place, which is practically a kilometer or 2 kilometers. But as I repeat, I am doing this to record that it is possible to run, to jog when you are 50. You are not an old person, you could be a woman or a man, and in that way you could keep your as I said in previous videos, some diseases at bay. That's the idea. So after having said this, and something that probably I would have added to, but I don't remember now what else I could add. I think it's better to begin jogging, and that's what I'm going to do in order to record this occasion, which now is happening right now, but in the future it will be just a memory. I will say, wow, when I was 50. So that's what we could do. We are healthy, we can do it, whatever you could be. Especially now during this hard pandemic era, when a lot of people cannot do exercises, but well, it is possible to do it inside your house or in an open air like this one in order to strengthen your lungs. And that way you can survive. Of course, you have a good diet as well, which is in Cuba is quite difficult because of the induced crisis over my country, imposed over my nation since many years. It's invisible, but if you lived here, you would think differently. But of course, people get used to it, like me. I was born inside that situation. It was not my business, but it has affected me and many citizens, and that's why I am just doing this. In the same way, for example, as a teacher also have developed my own solutions in terms of creating my own system of teaching in my, for example, educational channel. So that kind of induced crisis makes you to develop your creativity, and that means to create your own system of exercises, and even turning 50, doing a kind of a different kind of job as well, and that means teaching or jogging like this video now. Okay, see you. I'm going now there to the track. it's important to keep walking. To get back the breath. Even though I am 50 years old now, I'm celebrating this. I'm doing this. It's for my health and to encourage other people to do the same if they had time in spite of the pandemic periods here and over there. It's time to keep walking. You finish. You need to breathe. You have to continue walking. This is a new stretch that can be used for jogging, in order to be healthy in terms of the new variations, the new mutations of the world main respiratory disease, which is striking the entire world at the moment. In terms of even of that situation, this kind of exercises, as I had said in previous videos, is helpful in order to try to be healthy as much as possible. In terms of not to be suffocated by that kind of disease, in order to have really strong lungs, by having approximately a very good diet, by achieving a very good diet, and also a kind of exercise like this one, combined with the diet, of course, a proper diet, or at least one that could give you energy to jog. In spite of where we can live, like in my case here, for example, in this tropical beautiful nation named Cuba. Now in late 2020, this is the last video designed or thought in order to encourage all those people who want to work on training martial arts and even just simple sports or all the kind of sports. We'll say that they want to do this kind of exercises in natural places. Otherwise, natural places like this one with grass all over the road over there, in order to keep our joints, even our heels, healthy. Because they have been, I heard about many people have had, for example, problems in their heels because of they have been jogging on hard surfaces and like the street, for example, and in the end they have even really painful sensation in their heels. So in order to avoid all that, whether you can run in a marathon, for example, or in a simple runaway, for example, it is most advisable, as I always said, to run, to jog on this kind of natural places with grass. If you run on these soft surfaces, your sport life or martial life could be enlarged. That's the idea, and that's why I'm doing this. And this is the last, or probably the last time I'm going to do this now, in order to encourage other people to do the same. I am 50 years old, and I'm able to do this. And in spite of I've seen a lot of, for example, young people who are not able to do this, even though they are healthy, but they prefer just being in some people, of course, not all of them, to be sat down in front of the computer and then just to be a little bit lazy. When if you continue doing this for the rest of your life, since you are a young person, you could do this the same, like I've been doing now here, or even more things in case you were really well trained, for example. That's the idea. Well, it's time to begin jogging. I have a long stretch to enjoy while jogging. And the kind of jogger who loves enjoying and just getting off my stress from my mind, also my working life too, and my all the kind of stresses where I live. Like for example, the one that you have there, wherever you live, you're listening to this message in English. Yeah. My I say basic English. Yeah. Well, let's begin. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, oh,
street, your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh.
as usual, it's advisable to keep walking. In previous videos, I was using the face mask because it was heavily fined. Anyone who could be caught not using the face mask here in my land. Nowadays it's allowed only if you are walking. But due to the new mutation of the world virus now, world respiratory virus, I continue doing this just in case. So I'm advising you to do the same. Advising you to do the same wherever you could be in the world too. This is a stretch of a park, the local park for the beginning here. It's a roundabout. It's useful for those new ones, new joggers who are here in the city and want to run on the grass in a really short distance. It's a circle around. And use of this today. this is the end of this series of videos about jogging, and I just recommend all the people who are listening to this, especially all over the world, the fact about continue doing this, continue jogging in terms of strengthening your health and not to be so defenseless in case you were infected by a respiratory disease, for example, and in order to keep at bay many diseases like diabetics and hypertension as well, like that's in my case. And that is all about, in order to have a proper lifetime, to enjoy a proper lifetime in our life, the rest of our life, instead of being a burden for our family, relatives, or even friends. That's the idea, and what I have been trying to strengthen. I have been doing this since I was a child. I spent videos, and also I've been doing this in order to be healthy as soon as I could be turning 50, like is my case now, this year, that I am even a grandfather. For the first time in my life, I am now a grandfather after my daughter gave birth, a beautiful granddaughter. So the idea is to get older that are healthier. This is possible. That's what it's all about. I'm not trying to set a world record or an Olympic record because it's impossible anyway. I'm just trying to give the advice according to my own experiences many years ago. That's all about, and that's all I want. I am talking English because it's a universal language. It's in all the world. It's a world language. So there are many people who could understand it, not only in my nation but also outside my nation as well, abroad. So that's why this is just a testimony of my own training, my own personal training all my life, once a week, sometimes twice a week, in order to be healthy and in order to be as healthy as possible, in spite of my age, any new age I am turning here in my lifetime here, my limited lifetime, but healthy lifetime. And by the way, just one advice: if you do, for example, if you run as a sport, for example, if you have pain in your heel, even though you could be young, the only solution in this third world nation and beautiful nation, like nation I live, is to use ice. A really cold ice. You scrap that ice on your heels every day, and you will be getting out of that problem. You will be completely free from that problem, that painful problem. That is the solution. People have found here, especially my father, who used to jog for many years, and he passed on me that knowledge. Only simple eyes, and you would be avoiding a surgery. Because in other places they say, even here, that you need a surgery and blah blah. But to be honest, just using ice and using that ice and putting on your heels every day, you will be free from that kind of bone that grows there. It's incredible. This is true. That's my last advice as a piece of advice as a jogger. Jogger had been doing this since I was a child, many years ago. Well, I do wish you all the best, wherever you could be, whether it could be where I was in that unforgettable nation named New Zealand, or wherever you could be in the world. And have a great and healthy lifetime in spite of the current world pandemic situation. Bye. jogging in Varadero Beach, jogging here in this resort. March 2022. Another jogging here on this wonderful place here in Varadero Beach in order to keep being healthy from hypertension and respiratory diseases as well. Once again, proving this again. In Spanish now, marzo 2022, carrera aquí en la playa de Varadero, con el propósito de salir del estrés, combatir la hipertensión y las enfermedades respiratorias. Una vez más, algo relajante y que nos mantiene la salud, es lo fundamental. Ahora lo más importante es seguir caminando y no pararse nunca. En inglés ahora, it's important not to lie down. It's important to keep walking through, on the beach here or whatever. Esa